G'day everyone, back with some more Digimon World 2. Last time, did a little bit of arena, did a couple domains, did a lot of grinding, did some attempted hypothetical rerouting and kind of buggered it a bit. But I reckon we'll be okay, even if it'll take a teensy bit longer. Next plan is getting this lad all the way to 21. We caught a Dark Tyrannomon for trading for Vandemon. Attempted to come up with a use for Vandemon, at least in this route. Failed miserably, as you do. Oh, I'm silly. I forgot this floor is always the same. Doesn't mean I can remember the path, but we shall see. As before, these fights aren't really worth doing. Goal is to get the ones that are around 300 or so experience per fight. There goes our energy. Let's hope this one isn't a return bug. It is not. It is bits. Huh. Is the taste of my money not good enough for you? Is that what it is? The nerve. Yeah, so remember this is the path. Greymon up there. I've had really poor luck with EP bugs. They normally, the red ones yes, but normally the other types don't stick around like these do. Or, also, so you know how we have My Sweep 5, but Bug Sweep 3? Both of these are max, by the way. It was like, why does the Bug Sweep not go to 5? Well, that's because there are only 3 tiers of bugs in the game. They're the yellow ones, the blue ones, and then the red ones. There's no green or purple ones. Why this is the case? I don't know, but it's nothing but a good thing because that's less items you have to worry about. I see how it is. Or maybe I don't. That's getting closer to the amount of experience I'm willing to do fights in, but I think we can do better. Okay. Rude, first of all. This one certainly is not. second. Good news is these flyers like this are pretty much identical to each other. So once you have, the only difference is where the floor panels placed, and they're only like 4 slots it can be. So it's pretty nice. Sure. Oh, we're starting great today. The best. Who are you going to weaken? That's the best one you could have hit. At least they got the miss too. Now witness Pumpkinmon get blown up. 10. Why so weak? So weak. Okay, we hit that time. This should take the dolphin out. Should. For a moment, I wondered if that was enough. Ah, there we go. Business is picking up now. Single target, yes, but hey, it's like one of those. That's one less I'll have to purchase. Let's go for this one. Let's see if it's another. No, what a waste. Give me my steps back. Leomon, it's too annoying to play around. Because you can't AoE it because Tidal Wave doesn't affect Leomon's counter because it always does the damage you dealt it plus 50%, so it's always going to hit hard. And not using AoE just makes things much slower. Watch my diagonal movement there. Oopsie. Okay, there's one. You going first. That's interesting. We should have one dolphin less now. Good. Okay, okay. So that's three-ish fights. Get a level for the others. Thunder Ray's low enough. It's just 10. No need to keep that one clog up the menu on us. If I come to think of it, how much experience does the Leomon fight even give? 237. Yeah, that's what I thought. It actually gives less than this one does, which is just another reason why it's not worth doing, because it's significantly more annoying. With this fight, all you have to worry about is taking out Dorfman before he weakens you too bloody much. Other than that, you're good to go. Naturally. Ah, it could have been 3. You ruined it. You ruined it, and I'm sad. If you missed again, I was going to be concerned. Already at 14, just 7 more levels. Guarding, eh? Not very kind of you. Likely it's a sliver. Maybe a bit more. We'll use Pumpkinmon to finish this one. Should be able to. Maybe not. Yeah. Had a bit more juice to them than I thought they did. Ah, well. Two perfects will get a level up from this. Hopefully, Kabu will as well. But I imagine he's becoming a lot closer to catching up. That's interesting. So this is Giga Destroyer and Giga Destroyer 2. Let's check some filters. Um, Perfect level. Target, we want one enemy. Let's go ahead and put power up. Okay. The strongest single target perfect level tier attack is Lightning Blast from Raidramon, and then Alien Ray from Vaidmon, uh, Giga Destroyer 2 from Metal Tyrannomon, and Giga Destroyer from Metal Greymon, as well as Fairy Tail from Piccolomon, and good old Soul Chopper from Phantomon are all 37.5. So they're all tied for second. So of these, two of them are slightly cheaper in P cost wise, 18 instead of 20, and that is Giga Destroyer. So basically, if you have the choice between Giga Destroyer 2 and Giga Destroyer, pick Destroyer because they're both machine, they both do the same amount of damage, but the original costs 2 MP less. Incidentally, the next tier would be Garudamon's Wolf Nail, Wingblade from Garudamon, which I knew they did less damage than. Wait, no? It has a higher AP than Genocide Attack does. But I swear. Ah, it's machine versus nature. That's probably what it is. Uh, and now we can see Mega Seedramon's Lightning Javelin is a 35. So it's weaker, but it's nature. So it gives you another option. That's why I'm going to keep it and grab a Giga Blaster to be number one. And just like before, we don't need the child tier technique. One more level for Pumpkinmon. So now we have a bit of a catch-22 because we want to we'll focus Pidomon first and then Dolphmon. This Dolphmon has a chance of wasting his turn with Pulse Blast or Shellmon's attack instead of his arm. So we all hope for that. Or a miss. A miss can happen too. Reminder, spinning needle um, is more effective on those waiting to interrupt. Huh. Unexpected. I'll have to just do this. Let me. Alright, so you can see we've caught up. So it'll be a little slower going now. Leveling the lad. This will be good though. That was silly of me. This isn't going to finish them. What have you been doing? That should do it. $23.10 to finish Pumpkin Monos. Fix. Not EX, sir. Less useful than we would like. Just wasting all the steps. All of them. This should get a boost from the floor, which means it'll do more damage to everyone but Digimon, who I think is nature. Although that still did quite a bit, oddly. That's right, I interrupted the Digimon. Why did that do so much damage? A bit puzzled about that. What's in the box? EP bugs there? Hmm. Oh no. Okay. Wanted it off that specialty floor because we want Dolphmon to actually die. That's no good. Luckily he's a dingus and he attacked again. So now we have that awkward moment where we need some AoE, but our two AoE users aren't looking so hot MP wise. Okay. No excuse to guard with them a couple times. Yeah, reminder that Piomon becomes Airdramon until getting rather high DP. So when you start Silver Cross, like we did, and you actually catch Piomon and say Tapermon, which we didn't do, but you could have, and then your Piomon evolves into Airdramon instead of Airdramon. It can be quite the surprise. But Airdramon's pretty neat, so that's alright. Although having an access to an AoE attack early on would be really nice. Which may be why, well, one of the reasons she doesn't become Airdramon. I think fire specialty, that shouldn't really benefit anyone. So I keep mentioning specialties, but haven't actually went over which ones do what. So I figure might as well. Show you. So this site that I have linked in the description, among other things, is one of the few places that actually marks the specialties and their relationship with each other. Um, you can check which Digimon are in which specialty as well as which skills qualify. Interesting that there are so many more darkness than fire. Machines rivaling darkness, as is nature has them both be. Water looks to match nature, and then none. Probably has them all beat, yeah. So, the darkness attack will do 20% less damage to fire but 20% more damage to water. So darkness counters water. Now, I would think it would be machine thinking electricity, or honestly nature, because nature's got all the lightning attacks. So, plus, well, I would think the lightning attacks, but the more Pokemon brain would probably think, oh, nature, grass beats water. But no, that's not the way it works. And then fire does less damage to machine, but more to nature. So there's your fire grass, I guess. And then machine does more damage to darkness. Electricity lights up darkness, I guess. I don't know. But less to water. Guess it makes them rusty. And then nature does less to darkness, but more to machine, which is expected. And then water does more to fire, but less to nature. Guess you water your grass and it grows. So, for the most part, it's intuitive. It's just darkness and machine that are a bit, that kind of throw things off. Darkness doing less damage to fire, but more to water seems odd. Machines being resistant to fire, that's fair enough, I suppose. But then doing more to nature. So yeah. So Dolphmon is water, Pidomon is neutral, and Airdramon is nature. So Dolphmon will take more damage against darkness type attack, whereas Airdramon will be weak to fire, which is interesting because being a Draymon, a dragon, you'd think uh, there would be some resistance to fire there. And of course, it resists tidal wave because, again, it is nature. But yeah, just know that there's another little drop down menu that pulls up the specialties so you can check that every now and then. When you have, say, several moves, like for example, we have Giga Destroyer, which is machine, and then we have Lightning Javelin, which is nature. We know nature will be neutral to Airdramon. And then say that's nature, and then that's water. So we know water will do less damage. And then Giga Destroyer will be neutral. I'd have to give it some thought, but I think that might make machine type Digimon arguably the best offensive ones for the later game bosses, because I believe more and more bosses you fight toward the end are darkness specialty. Where's this floor panel? I don't know if I want to go all the way up there to find him, to be quite honest. Top left it is, it appears. Big bugs. Darkness specialty force. These are machine. And remember, machine are weak to nature. Well, Anjuman is weak to nature. The Garurumon are neutral. Also, it's 20% more or less damage um, when it comes to. What? What happened? I'm puzzled. Baffled, even. Probably this. Not quite. Spiral Saw. This fight might actually give less experience than the Airgermon one. Yep, it does. 3 less. Blast. There we go. That's an interrupt, so we don't have to worry about ordering it in the menus because it's the only one. Now we're sitting pretty. Convenient, you attacking first and all. I've not been paying attention to Pumpkinmon's remaining experience. Oopsie. Let's not get crazy. Hey, he actually got to take advantage of his bonus damage for once. So why that attack is so garbage is because it only works before they use the interrupt. If, say, he goes to attack you with it and then you interrupt him, he doesn't get the bonus damage. Oopsie. Scissor arm. I need to be a bit careful. Um, as it takes more fights to get Kabuterimon's levels. Never mind. We're good. Pumpkinmon's within spitting distance of being done as well. You love to see it. So 2 more levels for Bug Lad. It's going to be one of those, I see. Honestly, no reason not to stick with these. I think they're the third highest amount of experience outside of the boss in this domain. That's the one downside about this domain. It gives the ceiling for experience, at least for mobs, because the bosses I think are all the same, like just over 1,000. But the mob ceiling for experience is a bit lower than other domains in this tier. Just enough. Ha! Pumpkinmon's going to finish before Carboteriumon hits 20. Okay, there's nothing in there. Ah, we'll fight them on the water floor. So Tidal Wave will do more damage. Sucks to suck, lad. Remember, nature does more damage to machine. You moving next is interesting. Yeah, the most difficult thing, the thing that makes the specialties tricky in this game is that it's not like there's no overlap between this does more damage to this, so therefore, if it takes an attack from that, it will do less damage to it. Like, okay, like, oh, oh, water does more damage to fire, so clearly it'll take less from fire. But no, that's not the way it works. It's instead nature that does less damage to it, or rather, ah, or rather, it's a machine that does less damage to it. Get it right eventually. Hmm. Mean. Story, you've heard this before, but Pumpkinmon's super low HP again. Wish you wouldn't. You're killing me, Smalls. If only Pumpkinmon had a single target attack in addition to his AoE. Mercifully, it is done. That's pretty good. One more fight and Pumpkinmon will be done. And Kabuterimon will be at 20. We'll just need one more. Then we evolve him, get him to 22, and then do the boss. And it's not really worth doing. Because it takes longer, but gives less experience than the Yukidaramon with Dolphmon fight. Dolphmon Tortomon fight. So, I'm a pass. It's all the same to you. Okay, there we go. No interrupts. Convenient. Don't forget the tidal wave out. Makes them do less damage. You just didn't have a good round of it, did you, lad? I get it. I've been there. I live there. Joke's on you, Pumpkinmon didn't attack yet, so his defense is still halfway respectable. Yeah, halfway. Even in a case where they're going to level, it still hurts to use an AoE attack on a single enemy. I don't like it. Alright, let's survey the damage. 1126. I reckon we could do that. Maybe not though. Or that's that's certainly a fight. We'll take Givermon down as quickly as possible. Because Deadly Bomb is pretty stout attack. Kaiser Nail. Which is a much cooler name than Wolfclaw. Localizers never even once. Tidal Wave should finish Giramon off. Should. Since he's machine. How are you faster than my sea serpent? Make it make sense. We've lost this before. You ain't even got legs. How did you get up? That's disappointing. Wait, you're leveling after this. We'll just tidal wave again. Because we care. At least this is going first. There we go. Was that so difficult? Apparently. Ouch. That tickled. So he's neutral, so it doesn't really matter what I hit him with. So Giga Destroyer it is. Because it's the most damage. See, 80. That's respectable. Oh yeah, that's a good experience. Good stuff. I'm just going to save state in case I can't find any more fights, because we should be able to finish off this flyer. Well, maybe not. You must be joking. HP disk. Yeah, so sometimes these flyers can be like this, where they're just empty. Power. And that was not even worth doing. Okay, we'll just move on. We'll just move on. Oh. Treasure floor, and then boss floor. Well, bugger. So you go right to go to the boss, so I'm going to go left because I can. I knew that was a dead end. What's wrong with me? So I think I remember this floor now. You're kind of in bad shape if you're running low on EP, like we are. Well, if you plan on actually doing the boss at least, because it jerks you around like this. You have to keep going in uh, smaller and smaller circles. I'm pretty sure there aren't any more fights in here besides the boss. That's why I'm not really worried about anything. See, the boss is over there. So you'd go along the... Well, I'll show you when we actually finish. But now I'm annoyed because we're going to have to make an extra trip. I think there's a chest down here, maybe. But I don't think I can reach it. No, I was wrong anyway. C'est la vie. We don't need all those EP bug zaps. We'll go and save since we put in a fair amount of work there. Well, now we have the very awkward option of going ahead and DNAing Holy Agumon with Pumpkinmon for Togemon. And then getting it to 20 for the boss. Because we still have to get Kabuterimon to 21. And then the idea is we were supposed to leave, evolve him, and then get him to 22 for the boss. So in doing that, we will surely be able to get the Togemon to, especially because we'll use our current 1 EXP chip. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. So, let's double check. Pumpkinmon is, yes, completo. How far are you? 757, 757. So, Pumpkinmon at 28, plus Holy Agumon at 26. So that'll be 5 extra levels. So what's 8 plus 5? 33. 28 plus 5. What a looker. A worthless counter-attack. I do not have... Might help if I click the right thing. Where is it? EXP chip. Buttons use EXP chip. Okay. So now, if you'll look, we have an extra 1,000 experience. Also, it takes exactly 483 experience to get to level 11. Isn't that fun? Now, if we have the second one, because, and I didn't, uh, I guess it's fine, because again, this is supposed to be helpful for the average player that maybe doesn't want to grind until they're dust. Apparently those people exist. I don't know, can't relate. Couldn't be me. Hey, let's see if we get the path right this time. That's probably not the Adolphmon one, so we'll just go the regular path. Well, the path, because that's a dead end. So I figure doing it this way also is extra convenient because um, this is a vaccine domain, so we have double data from now on. So they will be advantaged against here. Of course, it's a return, but what are you? Bitbug. Okay, let's return bugs that too. So we'll go ahead and use that down there. How convenient. It was level 1? Whatever. I'm not mad about it. I'm not. Honest. Maybe it is. Can just delete you. Why? Because I can. Come on, lad. Come on. Come on. Choose your direction. There we go. Do be careful because if, say, I went to the space to the right, he moved up, I would fight him. So, you can, I didn't even check if that was one of the good ones. TM. Oh, I'm tempted. I mustn't. Sharp as a bowling ball, that one. Oh. Well, how about that? Can I just... I can, in fact, just get to the top one this time. Good to know. Good to know. Remind me to buy return. Oh, that may be enough mech fixes for me now. Remind me to purchase some return bug zaps next time I get to town. Targamon using Neko Punch for some reason fits. Remember, kids, they are water, so what do we want to hit them with? Darkness, but we don't want to hit them with the machine, is the important part. So, We'll do it that way. I'm pretty sure Neko Punch is neutral. Wouldn't swear to it, but I believe it is. Ho! You'll feel that in the morning. Beauty. I bet we could get Mega Digimon to 26 before. Well, we can definitely get to 26 before Kabuterimon risks hitting 22. Oh, we'll just grab those. I'll leave it like this because I believe Lightning Power does a skosh more damage. We do know to use Evil Charm against these water types though, because they're weak to darkness. Oh, come on. Why so slow? You chubby cactus? Poor Lanny's confused. Aren't we all? Huh. I'm going to say Thunder Javelin is better than poisoning them. Feels awkward to forgo. Both of them are nature, or should be. So there's no difference there. I guess we could just consult the archives. C type cancer. Alright. Uh, adults. How did I accidentally do that? Okay, there we go. So, strangely, your Ogamon's attack Hawken is ah. So that's what it does. It drains the foes. So when you trigger the counter, then it's free. It doesn't cost 20 MP for you. It drains 20 MP from your opponent, apparently. There actually aren't many counters in the game, amusingly enough. So Raremon's is obviously the strongest of the three that actually inflict status effects. Yeah, they're all 22.5. And yeah, Thunder Javelin is in fact nature, as is Needle Spray. So, so Raremon's is the best um, status inflicting counter, but Leomon's is obviously just the best outright damage counter because it is always dangerous. Always, if you can't one shot him, it's a problem. So yes, we will in fact keep Thunder Javelin and get rid of Needle Spray. They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. Needle Spray it is. Congratulations. You drew the short needle. Hope this is the good fight. That'd be nice. One more for the road. Hey! How about that? It's about fire blast time, but fire will do actually neutral to water. That's right, it's a machine that it does less against. Well, at least his AoE will be useful, I guess. His attack's so low there, which I wonder why that could be. Why did I AoE? Why do I do these? That's still pretty good damage. Somehow. So just under 5,900 experience is what we'll need to get Togemon to for the boss. I'm not sure the maths are going to work out for us there because that's over 3,600 experience. Okay, we'll take Mega Heal for now, but we're definitely not taking Electric Shock. Dengeki Biren is too weak for our needs. But Mega Heal for now, is fine. Till we get the AoE one. Hmm. Oh, you're a cheeky blighter, aren't you? We'll have to run for both of them. Both of them! Never mind. My movement is too smooth. I don't even know how to handle it. Sometimes even I can't control it. Magic. Dolphmon is DED dead. Might should have taken an extra. I didn't have to wonder. I can do it anyway. Okay. Now we do need to keep watch. Yeah, we can't get him to 22 just yet. Unfortunately, that is not going to be enough experience to get Togimon to 20. However, 22, because we're going to leave and evolve him and then come back. Uh, yeah, that's too close to risk. I'll do a couple more fights and then head out and evolve into Atler Cobuteriumon. Could you imagine the one that we need to go first going last? Couldn't be me. Could not. Oh, bugger. That could have been bad. Luckily, he was a dummy and used that. Only doing like 2 fights, so it's not like it matters. That was a misclick. So, yeah, one more. We'll head out after this one. Must you? Must you really? Everything is peachy keen over here. Not a single problem to be found. Just in case. Should have fire blasted, honestly. Well, whether I should have or not will be told by what Yukidarimon's HP is at. Yeah, should have. So we will this time. What's little soft cookie getting up? Look at him go. He's gone now. Ah, we can swing another. There's nothing in this domain short of the boss that can give this much experience anyway. So you cheeky blighter. This will be the last one. Now you're moving fast like you should. That's right. You better. You better. I got a can of raid and I'm not afraid to use it, lad. Don't you test me. That's right, we're shaking up the order here a bit. See if this can clear us out of turn quicker. Maybe. Mayhaps. Not quite. See, we caught up. If we had the second XP chip, We would have been sitting so pretty. We still would have caught up at level. We would have caught up at 19 instead of 18, but by golly, it's the thought that counts. I did not mean to do that. I have bug spray to buy. You were supposed to remind me. You didn't remind me. Betrayal. Go, Adler Kabuterimon. Blue dabba dee dabba die. Get ready to get rid of you. Soon. Soon. Don't you think it's so ominous that my routing run is further along than this one and has so little money to it? I wonder what possibly could have happened. So after we're not, well, we could go to the boss in this run. Because the caveat was to hit 22 on Adler Calvateriumon and get Togemon to 20, and the boss would slap it at 21. So in that case, we will zap the EP bug and nest. What are you going to be? That has to be EP. It is. See, that's more typical behavior from them. Not hanging around all that long. That Electrospore was very rude being there. I don't appreciate it, quite honestly. Nothing of value there or there. Ah, I need an EP pack to get through this place. This nonsense keeps up. Holy cow. What a disaster. Okay, just a memory bug. Almost a memory now. That's a good fight. I approve. I approve. So, Mega Seedramon's a bit too level, which means I can feel free to just spam Tidal Wave in this fight. Do you mind if I do? I really wish you would have let him go first. Never mind. Everything is Taicho. It wasn't 1, 2, 3. The dream is dead. Long live the dream. Finally, they got the order right. I was beginning to wonder about their intelligence. Hello. Do you have something nice for me? Yes. So that's 4. That should definitely. Ah, Shimata. I forget which one of these had the floor panel. Didn't pay attention this time for some inexplicable reason. Ah, never punished. Never in doubt. Not even for an instant. So this will level both of the goobers. So it's lovely. That isn't. That should wrap that one up. All nice and neat in a bow. Should. How about that? Ah, you beauty. Don't need this anymore. Yeah, Hornbuster. Got Heaven's Heel. Keep those two. I'll see if we could get rid of Thunder Ray, but it's better damage for less MP. Because the trade-off with Scissor Arm is that it lowers defenses, so for doing it, but it does. Well, it might actually be the same damage, but either way, it costs 2 more MP, which isn't a lot, but it's the principle of the thing. The Electroshocker is just terrible. Hornbuster just eclipses it in every way. It's not even all that much more MP compared to being significantly higher damage and significantly stronger effect. Things are really going to go more smoothly now. Also, let's see. Oh, 949. That's nothing. That's easy as. That's right. We can just lie back and double AoE now. You love to see it. You know, if I had it to do over when it came to routing this stuff, I would have probably made the third. So this is good. You got Hornbuster, you got Tidal Wave, got great single target moves, plenty of AoE, even got a decent counter attack if necessary. Um, and then this is spectacular because you've got the best interrupt in the game, the best. Honestly, I would say overall the best heal in the game because of its MP cost and its 150 HP AoE. Because Hung on Death is spectacular and somehow even cheaper MP wise, but it is just single target. And I feel like typically the AoE is more useful, but I put them basically on par with each other. And then Duo Scissor Claw, which is the just single-handedly breaks the game. But to do it even further, having double Duo Scissor Claw, to where you can just you can one turn uh, fully lower their defense. That's good stuff. So if you look at our party now, we have one vaccine, which is going to be Heracles Calbuteriumon. Then we're going to have Rosemon and Metal Seedramon. 2 data. So no Virus type. So I was thinking, if I had to do over rerouting it slightly to where one of those data types ended up as Grand Guagamon, I suppose. So we'd have double Duo Scissor Claw, like I mentioned, which is also what the speedrun routes end up with. Huh. Can we just one round this? Period. Looking likely. Yeah, yep, yep, yep. That's pretty nice. So what was it? Two more? Was it two more fights? Yeah. Should have plenty of MP for the boss even after that. I don't like that room. Its smug aura mocks me. Yeah, there's no getting around this. Might as well not even try being cute. I'm not doing the fight on a water floor though. It's unusual for it to be over here. So we'll just have to snipe one more fight after this one, and we'll be good to go. This could be a mistake, but I'm gonna try it. Oh no, out of order. Oh no, it's all ogre now. Restrict. That was the exact opposite order that it needed to be in. Lost it all. Yeah, could be worse. Could be raining. You know what? I did that on purpose to give me an excuse to guard with these two. That's right, calculated. You best believe. Never in doubt. Oh, it's just a mine. HP disk. Good day. This is decent because it will help Fire Blast do more damage. Can we get the right order now, please? Thank you. Can everyone hit now, please? I'd much appreciate it. Ah, you beauties. Who wants to fight a boss? But anybody speak up at once. Will the boss even? I believe it'll be exact, which is pretty funny. No, the boss gives 1003, so it will actually be just a smidge short. So you know what that means, don't you? It means we're going to have to do one more little fight. Yukumo is in the. Is that his name? Yukumo? Yakumo? What was that thing's name? It is Yakumo, isn't it? The goofy lad. Very teethy. Okay. We know where the box is. Or the panel is. Normally I wouldn't do this fight, because it's annoying. However, it is convenient in that it allows us the chance to guard with the other two while Togemon. Ah, yeah, Yamatsukami. That's what it is. Yakumo's the armor, isn't it? The armor from Portable Third, is it? Actually, maybe that predated Portable Third. Because Portable Third was more very similar to the USJ armor from World, that Azure Samurai stuff. But we're going to get an extra turn to guard here. I believe Neko Punch will do it. Alright, who wants to fight a boss? Yata, Yata. We'll get 2 levels from it. Genocide Attack and Magical Tail. Single target scissor arm I'm keeping higher just because when we fight solo bosses, it's there's no reason not to use it over scissor arm Omega. We'll go up. It's almost nostalgic seeing Metal Drain bit by. We'll just go around. Got a bit of infestation problem in this room, don't they? Why do you go that way? Are you defective? Can't wait all day for you, lad. Touched in the head, honestly. So this should be one of these. Oh, this is fun. Oh no. Okay, this is going to be exceptionally frustrating. Exceptionally so. Wait. Can't we just... Being stupid. Can't we just blow up the electrospore trap? It was a tier 4, wasn't it? Joke's on you, we're already infested. Okay, who wants to hopefully make it to a boss before this bug drains us dry? I'm going to save state just in case it does, and we'll just go until we'll see. Okay, let's go on. We should be safe at this amount of EP. Should being the opportune word. Bit bug. I feel like that one's always a bit bug. Who knows? Truly. There you can see Digimon. Looks like we made it. So, welcome to a very, very interesting little fight. I have one tip for this fight. See that Tortomon? Kill it. Kill it first. Because he has Mega Heal. And he will not give the slightest of a damn about using it. Spamming it even. So you make sure he's gone ASAP. Because it's possible to get in a loop of not being able to just to outdamage the healing for him, and then you're stuck because you just can't win. His own attacks, as you can see, are not exactly what one would call dangerous. Oh, and 2 on the confusion. That's not good. Same there wasn't genocide attack. He'll now take double damage, though, which is very helpful when it comes to blowing him up. And it frees up Atler Kabuterimon to use genocide attack, and he can't heal when he's hit by that. So guess what I'm going to be hitting him with from now on? Uh, Meanwhile, we'll start on the other 2. It was enough. fight's won now. You know what? I'm going to Scissor Arm Omega just because it's the best shot at AoE. That lets us use Death Charm on him, which will do more damage. Since Darkness gets the boost against water. Go ahead and Genocide attack now. He gone. Remember, go to the right, rescue Digimon. You know what occurs to me? They can just teleport away like that. Why does he rescue himself? Huh. Laziness. That's what it is. It's pure, unadulterated laziness. Uh, wait a minute. Parts fixed. We don't need that just yet. Or that. Oh, well, that's coming soon. Shoo. Let's go over here and evolve. Oh, look. Pumpkinmon. DNA up chip would still be Pumpkinmon. We need two to switch to Blossomon, and four to get to Lilymon. Hate to see it. Welcome back, little fella. '72, '73, '72. So that was basically to say, hey, finish the remaining domain. This is before you move on. It's like, all right, game, I see what you're playing. I do, I do. Okay. So we can just go directly to the box in scan domain. No need to do anything special. It's a gift. Scan domain, by the way, is, as you might expect, the data domain. Actually, no, it's a mix of all of them. There's 14 floors, so could be in quite the adventure. Ah, I'm reminded this is one of the domains that requires, because if you remember, we did some grinding here very early on. Should be another mag missile in that one. We were like, what was it, 5 in a row? Yeah. Apparently, that room is guaranteed to have mag missile 4s in it. Which is alright with me. Know we're way out of that one. We wasted an awful lot of EP on that. Oh, that's helpful. Quick floor. We take those. I'm going to say that's a dead end. There's candy ammunition that strengthens. I'm not sure if that strengthens attack or defense, actually. I really should. It lowers defense. That's what it does. Uh, this could go very quickly or be a nightmare. Tank one. Wasn't so bad. Okay, that's 5 mech CXs. We will be good to go for soft domain, I believe it is. The one with Crimson's in. Or maybe it's a little after that. Curses foiled again. Yeah, when thinking of the rerouting thing, one thing I could have done is I could have stuck with Grand Koagamon instead of going into Heracles Kabuterimon. And then for the vaccine, I could have went to Veemon's line. Because he's sort of the mascot of the game, and I just never use him. Oh, there'll be other playthroughs on the other hacks, so we can always do some rerouting there. I'm still tossing around that data only run or monotype only run. Not necessarily starting with data, because it'd be better to get a handle on using only one type to do stuff. That's wasteful movements. What was this? Can't get past there. So that's bottom floor, isn't it? Which means we could have. Yep. P disk 2. We know better about that one, but that's a dead end, so we'll go down here. Try right. Good, good, good. Yeah, not quite. If he started one step higher up, we could have swung it. It was not to be. Yeah, it's a level 4 spar. These floors are pretty straightforward there, so pretty decent to catch stuff into if you are interested in any of that. Well, that was a bit. Tis me. Yes, good old Skull Greymon. Getting to Omegamon can be a bit of a bugaboo because only Metal Greymon can evolve into him at 20 plus DP. Uh, but there's a very limited number of Digimon that can go into, say, War Greymon to make Metal Greymon. It's mostly just other War Greymons. Uh, Mugandramon will work, And of course, Omegamon himself will work. Seriously? Bugger off. But it can be quite annoying to get to. The easiest one is Diaboromon, because again, the insect type Digimon just override most of the other types. So staying in the Kuwagamon lines, pretty easy. Well, okay, the big issue, because there's plenty of things that can go into Greymon, the issue is Greymon at high enough DP doesn't become Metal Greymon. He becomes either Monster Tyrannomon, which can only become War Greymon, or Skull Greymon, which can only become Mugandramon. Which means you can't go into Greymon. Whereas with Diaboromon, Kuwagamon only goes into Okurumon. So it's easy as to stay in that R. My favorite. That's an EP pack. Okay, found it. Judging by, yeah, I'll have to go around here. And then going into Baihuman, it's pretty easy to go into Gatsumon's line, or really several lines going in. Honestly, he may be easier to go into than Diaboromon because of that. Just because so many different things become uh, anything. Basically, anything that can become Metal Garurumon can also become Baihuman. What do I want to discard? Who's lowest? Strangely, you. Mamemon, Mamemon, and Insekimon. Speaking of ones that can become Metal Garurumon and by extension Baihuman, is Insekimon. How that works, I haven't the foggiest. Okay. We chose the right path, though, instead of just going further up. But that's just it. That's my issue. I definitely need to know things. Empty, really? Ah, treasure room. Armor chip. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and discard both of those. Oh, HP driver 3, EX driver. If there was a max driver, I might give a damn a bit and actually get. I'd rather not. Power chip. That is attack up. What's this one going to be? Another power chip. Oh, wow. 3 power. Holy cow. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Uh, we'll use both these EP packs. We'll get rid of. No. We'll get rid of the level 3 drill missile. Okay. So this should go over to the other room. Over here. It's full of acid. Haha. That is cheeky. Making us have to go, or making us think we have to go over an acid trap. Well, g'day to you too, Atla Commissary one. Boss floor time. Right, the one with the with 2 of them. On a nature floor, no less. That's just trolling at this point. Speaking of boss fight, it really doesn't matter who we focus here. Honestly, I'm just gonna burn them all, or just gonna AoE them all. They'll die as they die. Everybody be missing. That's a bit annoying. As you might expect, this party not having a Virus type has the worst time fighting data types. Because we are at best neutral to them. Ah, how bizarre. I wonder if they didn't want to shred his defense too much, and that's why he has the counter and he's not using Trick or Treats. Joke's on him, though. His defense is going away either way. Probably take Woodmon out first, just because he can heal. Uh, Sure. We'll go and drop him. So they're both nature. Meaning we'd want to use fire if we could, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot in the way of fire to speak of. Besides this. Why are you randomly going first? Oh, he's not countering now. Oops. Little pecker. It's just unsanitary attacking us like that. Suppose we might as well do this. I think these two can take him out. Maybe. So at this point in the game, it's very clear poison has fallen off significantly. Not quite. That's why it's sort of a. I'm not sure how you would rework it. Because as it is now, it's one of those, it's quite dangerous early game, as is all of the status debuffs, or effects, rather. Um, Confusion's always the worst, the most dangerous one, though. Because paralysis ruins your accuracy, but you can still hit, and you're not doing damage to yourself. And it seems more common to break out of it than confusion. Ah, come on, mate, you're killing me. That's pretty good damage. Incidentally, I said you could stack attack debuffs or increases, or defense debuffs or increases twice. Hornbuster can stack on top of that still, in case you were wondering. Interesting that this one gave more experience than the other boss fights. Don't have any use for that. We have the best interrupt. I suppose if you're going to twist me arm about it, I can take it. Although I probably won't use it all that much. Because, again, the damage trade off for losing all of your defense just is not worth it. The adamant. Oh, it was adamantium core. Why do I think it was alloy? Ah, maybe it's adamantium in the Japanese and it was alloy over here, and this retranslated it correctly because it did do that with some things, although it didn't do everything clearly. Yeah, a giant engine. Orca battery. Let's see. Let me think. Also, if you were curious where all the bloody money went, 95K for this bloody engine. Uh, Let me think on the battery. Yeah, we'll probably grab the battery too. Let's get these chips moved over. Make fix as well. And now for the parts. Oh, I'm so stupid. Hold on. Uh, we have to actually move to the adamantium body before we could equip the giant engine. I bought the wrong engine. I bought the more expensive one when you didn't need to. The dragon engine works. That's something I should have made a note of, but I'm silly, so I didn't. So the reason is you have to equip an engine that can actually work with the new body. Uh, so just like this, we can't equip the new battery until we upgrade. And we have to. We don't have any evolutions. No. Hold the phone. You count as darkness, not nature? That doesn't seem right. Now we actually have to go back to the other place, to the head mechanic, so he can upgrade our Digibeetle body. There's the next three domains that we'll be doing. However, we also need to go over here because we can finally do that Dark Tyrannomon for Vandemon trade. We'll go ahead and do that. No, he's still 21, so he would stop at 27. Yeah, I like the way they buggered it a bit, so his back clips through his cape uh, every now and then, including when he's just standing still. Oopsie. So he has nitrate, and he has full recovery. So all of that's good. Stats are fine. They're obviously not as strong as the ones we've been DNAing up, but it's a bit higher than wild ones of the same level. And again, the extra technique is here's the last one that's really super useful. Now, if only we could figure out a way to make use of him. Well, if you do the monotype run with Virus, he'll be your healer, I guess. He'll get you started on a healer. Because obviously you won't have access to Holy Angemon's heal. Wrong mechanic. So if you were wondering where all the bits went, it's this kind of nonsense. Engines become just stupidly expensive, which is why that's the last upgrade we'll be purchasing. So let's see. I'm pretty sure the if you do keep up with your upgrades, not like upgrading like Dragon Engine 5 or something, but no, maybe it is. Okay, the highest you can have before beating the final boss is 4,000 HP and 4,000 EP. We still need to get the R cannon and the Z cannon just to fill these slots in. Now, one slot here, I believe it's one of these two. I forget which one exactly it is. One of them will be filled with the DM transfer, which means even if your Digibeetle's full of Digimon, you can still capture a new one as long as your server is not full, and you can automatically send it to the server. Extremely useful. It's a bloody shame that you have to wait so far into the game to get the damn thing. I almost feel like if it was available, if it became available as soon as you got to the second island, that would be reasonable. But you have to basically get to the end. You're not far away from fighting the final boss when you get access to it. It's just silly. But one of these slots will forever remain empty because whatever part they intended for that to be, they decided they cut at some point. And as to my knowledge, information about what it was could have been or was going to be isn't even in the files anymore. That's so they cut it that early on, but they forgot to remove the slot for it. So my condolences for your OCD about it. Do we have anything to sell here? Antidote, antifreeze, EX driver, EP pack ones. No need of any of those. The anti-mix-ups are important. We'll be needing those pretty soon, actually. Oh, I have 10 of those. How do I... Did I go ahead and buy some? Maybe I did. Sounds like something stupid I would do. To need the iron fists. Don't need the level 2 drill missiles. Well, it's not much, but we got a little bit of a moolah back. Alright, back to Fire Island. Before I forget. So next trade is going to be Anjuwomon for Magnadramon. So I almost hesitate to say this because I muck up with wasting most of our money and buying the wrong engine first. Truthfully, it's a bit silly that they gave you two new engines there, one of which you had to wait until you bought the other one to use. It's a bit trollish, but uh, it happens. So yeah, well, to keep an eye out for Anjuwomon. I suppose I can demonstrate the trade. There are only 3 more trades left anyway. So, actually, doing data domain. Oh, this is a funny one. Let's see. Data domain. So, despite it being called data domain, it's actually vaccine. And it should be where we can get Angelomon. Yeah, she's with one of the Adler Commissariumon groups. So, this is one reason why I was hesitant to bother catching her and demonstrating the trade, because she's in an exceptionally annoying fight. Because you've got Pangeamon or Isleomon, whatever you want to call him, that has the full recovery, and then you have Atler Calpitariumon making your attacks do no damage. But anyway, you will want. There are also 7 bosses in the domain. One of which is 2 Gekomons with a Shogun Gekomon. What this means is this is where you bring your anti-mix-ups. So I am going to have to, unfortunately, go back into File City and redo my inventory slightly to bring those. $15 floors, so The also check the new wheels. This is what it's going to look like from now on. Yes, I too dislike the unfortunate the contrast between the purple tires with it, but unfortunately we're stuck with it for until we get through this batch of domains. So we have nothing to do here except to beeline straight for the boss after hopefully catching. Oh, this is going to be annoying. Wonder what kind of bug nest that is. Anjumon. And it's a return bug, of course it is. And it's a return bug 3. Okay, we can't pass. Well, that's a great start. Truly. Ah, no luck there. I suppose we could. Didn't think so. No sneaking around that lat. Lost the coin flip 2 attempts in a row. This domain has an app for us. The lost one. You must be joking. Oh, incidentally, the Angelwoman trade becomes available after. So there are 3 domains here, and then the boss domain of them shows up, and then we clear it. After clearing that is when we can upgrade our tires, and as well as our RAM and other things further, and get the DM transfer. I'm pretty sure. And it's also when the Angelwoman for uh, Magnadramon or Magnadramon for Angelwoman trade becomes available. Then there'll be one more trade right as the final boss becomes available, and then one after clearing the final boss. Oh joy. So if you're curious why he didn't run away, it's because if you pay attention to the floor pattern, the brickwork is slightly different on floors that they can move on, as opposed. So you can see the bricks, or the brickwork is slightly different from the sort of cobblestone path that is the transition between room floors. Looks, appearance, words. I promise I get English sometimes. Ah, Listen, lad. Well, that's no good. Missed input, sir. Wait, that room that close? Okay. If the game wants to throw a random part fix, it would be much appreciated. There was a fix, but it was the wrong time. Where is this bloody floor panel? It's not there either. So it has to be. No, wrong way. I guess it has to be. Damn. Why do I keep going in the red? I'm sorry. I keep seeing my red Digibeetle and thinking, oh, we can go in the red now. No, wrong. That's the entire point. We're going to need um, MechFix EXs for one of these domains. So, right, our bug sweepers gone the way of the dodo. Why must you hate me? Going to have to tank the mine. Good to know. So these red mines, it may come as a surprise to you, can be exceedingly dangerous. They can fully do. Okay. Must you? Oh, that was an interesting pause. Remember, 7 boss fights. I wish I remembered that this was a boss floor. Here's where they show, hey, we can Scissor Arm Omega as well. Joke's on you, we have tidal waves, so they cancel each other out. You do double damage, but also half damage. Or we take double damage, but you do half. So, even. Fair is fair and all that. See? Still weak. So weak. That's unfortunate. Lost your confusion touch, lad. Just failing all around. Honestly, I'm not too fussed about. So it's annoying how our luck has been terrible in this domain. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not super fussed about it because there's so many boss fights here that you're very unlikely to be able to just clear it all in one run anyway. The real annoyance would be hitting a return bug trap and then having to go and transfer all your Digimon back from the server and then getting the right lineup again. That's when it can get your knickers in a twist. How are you not dead yet? You, go away. Luckily, we're also getting a level from the next boss fight, so that will keep us going, provided we don't run out of EP on floor 8. Imagine, couldn't be us. They're just going to keep going. Yeah, those connect. Pretty much same as before, we just exhibit more of our atrocious luck. The most important attack misses, naturally. Meteor Storm, why they had to retranslate it to Meteor Stream, who knows? Honestly, who knows? Stop. Man, if you miss one more time, I'm going to think very strongly about replacing you with an Okuamon or something. Why are we confused suddenly? I'm guessing that was Deramon doing something? I was. What on earth is going on? Okay, so it is Deramon. There we go, finally. We can do damage now. Just in time for Ramonzaemon to remember he can attack. Wish we could confuse. That'd be lovely. Remember that? Remember inflicting confusion as opposed to only being confused? Good times. Ah, right. So the gimmick of this fight is Deramon confuses people, and then Monzaemon uses a Gigabyte Wing to make us be unable to recover from said confusion. That's the plan, at least. Too bad for her, though. We have interrupts. So her confusion strat bores me. So this fight, and then the fight with two Gekomon, one Shogun Gekomon, is the reason why you want to bring so many anti-mix-ups. If you don't have interrupts on multiple of your GGs, look at that. Triple level up. Good stuff. Now, now business is picking up because we have Soul Chopper back. Flora 9. One of these floors. Incidentally, the Anjumon mobs can appear on floors 12 and 13. So, still a bit away from us. Two more floors. It's a shame, too, because this kind of floor would be perfect for trying to capture one. You made your choice. How do you know that it can't appear on this floor? I don't know why I'm checking. I was just about to say, I think this is a boss floor. I need to memorize the set floors better. Like the actual boss floors, I for the most part do. But now here's a fun one. Naturally, the trick is to make sure Holy Angemon can't heal and get him. You know, I don't know what I expected. Also, yes, this fight too can confuse you, as you can clearly see. Meanwhile, we can. All right, bosses. Bosses are immune to confusion. That reminds me. See, that was the one we didn't want confused, so we could lower their defense more. So we'll have to use our first anti-mix-up, so we can do just that. We will soul chop our Holy Angemon in the hopes of bursting him down. You'd love to see it. Soul Chopper will clean this up. Told you Soul Chopper was a great move. Look at this. 116 damage. Beautiful. That's pretty good, pretty good. So that's 3 down, 4 to go. I'll see, we're running a little bit low on EP, so I should probably be a bit careful, or rather save state to make fix EX. That's not worth the EP loss we're going to get from that bug. Okay, boss is over here. So this is number 4. Come on, come on. You're making me dizzy. Welcome, VV. Now this one really shouldn't need a particular order for the data though, so our little bug buddy here will be doing less damage. Yeah, fairy tale. Oops. AoE. I guess we could focus Blossom on because of the AoE. I actually think we might be able to finish Lilymon this turn. No, never mind. Never mind. Somebody's a little too impatient. This is also why it's good to have two Scissor Claw Omega users. Yeah, not gonna make this mistake again. So I guess every fight can confuse you. Good to know. Good to know. Or maybe we're learning that the one on the left is the one you want to take down. Okay, let's try this again. Bloody hell. At least their Lilymon can't hit the broadside of a barn either. Everybody's missing. Is there something in the air? Now, if this does correctly, he'll take out Piccolomon, then he'll hit Lilymon. That's what we want to happen. Okay. Perfect. There was a bit of a coin flip over where he was going to target for the second cast. I am surprised you're still standing. You won't be after this. Get out of here. Now we have two healers. Mahaha. And starting next floor, so once we find the fourth one. Yes, I'm going to say that, what, 6 steps? I believe this is the last of the confused goobers. Well, why do I have this sneaking suspicion that Vaidmon is the one that can confuse us here? Yep. And naturally, it's the one that I'm not certain has an interrupt. Yep. So we counter. That's good stuff. That isn't. But we have interrupts, so sucks to suck. That's unusual. Counters usually, when they're under confusion, makes them not act. Maybe that only works if they only have a counter attack. Could probably use some MP. Do we not have? Wow. We have tidal waved twice, correct? So we want to use a machine type shenaniganery. Whatever, just guard and hope to break through. Since the counter isn't working. Luckily, it's using Fire Blast, which is like the weakest attack it could use. Yeah, we'll finish him off. Hopefully finish him off. I don't want any more. Are you joking? Oh, now you use your regular attack. I see. See how it is. Honestly, it's funny using that 3 times in a row. You know what? I'm not going to interrupt. Just need to make sure both of those die. Now we interrupt. Okay. So starting now is a floor we can catch Angelwoman on, although we are running rather low on HP and MP, so interesting. Well, there we go. Just going to go ahead and approach the. I'll stop here in case I accidentally double press. Hey, we're going to heal now. Heavens heal. Good stuff, good stuff. So we burst down Ice Leomon, who naturally also has that. Told you he would be annoying. And unfortunately, Tidal Wave isn't even going to work on him. But we have to. We can't just do interrupts on him. We have to stop him because he can fully heal. Shame you don't have necromagic. You know, it occurs to me. You you came from level 30 Waymon plus um, level 28 Metal. So you'll cap at 35. Okay, never mind. I was I was thinking to get a Virus type, we could capture a wild Soulmon and DNA them together. We would end up with What do we end up with? Let me check. I was thinking we would end up with Solmon's line again, but so this is yeah, it's just Pokemon. Pokemon and Solmon will have the same combinations. Ah, we'd end up with Otamamon, which would go into. Never mind then. Never mind. Because I really don't care for that line, especially. Yeah, we want to focus in. Okay. If there was one to be interrupted, I'm fine with it being this one. Now, please confuse me. Good, good, good. That should stop him healing, at least. Ow, bugger. Bugger, bugger, bugger. Okay. Again, nature, but we don't have any. I'm going to go ahead and hit him with genocide attack. And you just guard, honestly. So now he can't heal even if he wanted to. Because again, he was the priority to die. We'll let Pumpkinmon finish off Anjouwomon. Because Pumpkinmon should be the one most likely to level up. Soul Chopper. Things I do to demonstrate these trades. I'm not even going to use. Okay. There we are. So we have that trade locked and loaded. What? What was this? 29. Okay. Let's see if this way will get us home. Not quite. Come on, two more floors, two more floors. We can do it, we can do it. Two more boss fights. We can probably do it. This is probably... no. Also, Wild Zoomon Wave won't appear here, so if you still need to get... let's go this way. If you still need to get Tidal Wave, there's an easy source of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, that is... So it would be quicker just to go this way then. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, Digimon way more. They're one that moves once for every 2 steps you take, so quite easy to capture, if, which is convenient, as opposed to the move twice wankers, which is a lot of them, unfortunately. Remembering the path in this, because I'm pretty sure so this is clearly a boss room. It's the Gekomon, Shogun Gekomon boss. But for the life of me, I can't remember the layout, unfortunately. So I half expect just going right from the start would have been quicker, but maybe not. Yeah, this is it. You just want to kill all of them, so there's no real focus target here, because they can all confuse, and they all will. We just not the best of starts. Not the best of starts. Horrible, even, is what I would say. Horrible. Complete reverse order every time. Yeah, his attack is odd because it can. We're just going to try to break through. Interestingly, he didn't go first, which means he's probably not going to act this turn at all. That's not good. Or this will happen, which is far better of an option. But yeah, Shogun Gekomon's attack can inexplicably sometimes heal you instead of hurt you. It's pretty terrible. No, we will interrupt this one just in case it will re-roll the confusion, or he misses, but he didn't. Bollocks. See, that did damage. We'll actually do anti-mix-up, just because we should be able to get more than one soul chopper off. Ah, you've got to be joking. Never mind. What a waste. Now the fight's over. Interrupt with the vaccine type since he does more damage against virus. Good stuff all around. I am shocked that I remembered that. Bizarre excuse of a path. Finally, something simple. You just go up. HP disk 3. What about you, lad? Power disk. Something to sell. Okay. Who's ready for a boss fight? Welcome, Chaos Pierromon. Giramon does more damage. Looks like we're doing reverse order again. Okay, not quite. Could have been worse. Right. Oh, well, that's fine. Ryu, who is so speedy, speedier than an insect. That doesn't make any sense. Attack and speed are supposed to be their highest growths. Tisk, tisk. Why are you so slow? I blame Waymon, because Waymon's a fatty. Now you remember to attack. Okay. Oh, itchy, itchy. So remember, Andromon is machine, so he'll be weak to nature attack. And Pierromon is darkness, which means he's weak to... Oh, dizzy, dizzy. Machine. I would like to think Mega Digimon can finish off Dramon. But maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. Okay. Oh, right. It can't be interrupted. I'm stupid. Remember, Trump sword can't be interrupted. For some reason, I thought it couldn't be countered, but it's interrupt uh, is what it is. I think we got him. One last gasp. So yeah, this is one of the Chaos Generals. They can be quite the bugaboo. Mercifully, that one's done. Next up is Mega Domain, which again we can just go straight to the boss. Mega Domain has 15 floors as well, but only one boss this time. And we have nothing we need to catch there. Also, mercifully, we no longer need the anti-mix-up. We'll just sell the power disc and the mech fix. Getting a little bit of money back. 40k. Could be worse. Back into the wilderness. Save. Don't want to have to go through all that confusion again. Which one did we say? Mega Domain. Sally forward. The enemies are data type. Ah, it's probably it to the left, but oh, never mind. I'm glad I just had an inkling. Almost feels nostalgic seeing these lads again. Feels like forever when we found the first version of this mob in a domain it did not belong. Ah, so that's how it's going to be. Left to right. For once we chose correctly. Digimon moves twice. Well, I thought he did. Oh, no, never mind. It's Metal Digimon that moves twice. That's what it is. Maybe, are there wild Mega Digimon boss? Mobs, rather. Yeah, Metal Digimon definitely moves twice. Which is going to be annoying because we'll have to catch one to trade for a Metal Garurumon. That will be the trade after the Anjuwon one. How dreadful. Talk about a downgrade. Metal Digimon for Metal Garurumon. Probably pissed somebody off saying that. Good. Gets him taste. What? Why did he... Oh. He let me have 3 movements before... Really? You're that stupid? You could have lived. You could have lived. So welcome to one of these type of rooms. They start appearing from time to time around this point. I think we've already had one though before, so this isn't the first time you'd be seeing one. It'll just be a teensy bit more common. Ah, lovely. No panel in this one. Maybe below, perhaps? Not so much. Antidote. Okay, it could be... Oh, that's a dead end for us. It's in the last place that we'll have looked. So, this is an interesting mob. Florizamon's a trap. Florizamon and Dark Lizamon they cannot evolve, or rather, they will evolve into Vermillimon or Tricheramon, but those can't evolve. They don't have an ultimate form. Shellmon, I believe, goes into Scorpiomon, which goes into Plesiommon. And of course, Seedramon's a good boy, so you're legally obligated to catch him if you don't already have him. Hey, I don't make the rules. Ah, not so bad. Oh joy, my nemesis. These rooms. I'll try to go. I'm suspicious now. There's got to be a catch. Oh, we're over halfway through the domain now. I don't mind these rooms too bad. They're typically pretty easy to find the exit to. Well, apparently not in this case. Not in this case. Hope I don't have to go into. Well, we'll check this way. Rather not, if it's all the same to you. Ah, mercifully. It would just be very neighborly to force us into the red acid swamp. No, that's coming soon. Don't you worry about it. Successfully tricked. Never mind. I take it back. We failed. There was no way around him. So we just wasted steps. Huh. Well, coin flip lost. It's all over. We'll drag down first. Seems to be a smidge closer. But only just. The last one we check. It hurts. That cuts me deep. Didn't see a floor panel over there, but oh, treasure room. Empty. Like me noggin. MP chip, not bad. That's, I want to say 30 more max MP. I think it's 30. In case you hadn't realized, each of these domains, they're treasure rooms that can have a certain chip. Like the power chip, so for attack, we got from the last one we did. So this one's the MP one, and then the next one will be either defense or HP, and then the final one will have the remaining one. Well, no, there's also a speed one. Huh. No, the next two will have either HP or speed. We already have the armor one. It must have been a prior one. It must have been the quote unquote boss domain of the last set of that we just did. What an ominous looking room. Oh no, not all this shit over again. Ah, welcome to the ways. The only one here that can evolve is Blossomon. Such a shame because it's not like there weren't any. Yeah, so that's how it's going to be. I don't think Rust Tyrannomon was a thing when this game came out. That would have been the obvious uh, ultimate for the dinos. Ah, one of these. Ouch. First of all, rude. So this Blossomon, despite being 23, um, let's see, or rather, despite being 24, caps at 28, just like the level 22 Blossomon, Wild Blossomon do. It's not sure why, but it does. Probably some kind of silly little bug. Speaking of, okay, there's Mega Seadramon. And yeah, he moves once. And Scorpiomon gets renamed because actual Scorpiomon became a thing. I, f- I forget what it gets renamed to. It's not a localization thing either. His actual Japanese name got changed when they decided to make an actual Scorpion-based Digimon, who, to my knowledge, is not in any of the well, is at least not in any of the games I've played. Boss 4 time, where once again you can just go right. Great place to capture this mob if you want. Anything from here. Tinmon cannot evolve, I don't think. Let me double check that for you. No, no, no. He can go to Boltmon. So that's pretty decent. His ability, Tenmon's ability, cures confusion, poison, or paralysis. And then the artist formerly known as Scorpiomon can does or it's a counter attack that lowers your opponent's accuracy before they hit him, which means they can miss instead of triggering the can. It's weird. It's weird. We've I mentioned it before. It's weird. And Mega Seedramon, I I feel like you probably have an idea about. For I just have a sneaking suspicion you might know a little something something about. Yeah, plenty of options to catch one of these. I know which one I would recommend. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. That's another thing Scorpiomon's bad to guard. Stop hitting yourself. Oi! Enough! We got places to be. We have a boss to kill. Thank you. Glad you're so understanding. Twat. Meet Chaos Metal Seedramon. Shame we'll get spoiled on what our lad's going to turn into. Well, sort of, but so we want to get rid of Megadramon first, so we can actually heal if we need to. And naturally, we have the wrong order again. Ah, the worst. The worst. Instantly, this is about the worst type composition for a boss fight for us to face because it's a data and then two virus, and we're a vaccine and two data. So now you hear energy stream is Metal Seedramon's attack. It's just a step below the strongest ultimate AoEs. I get. I really think our Kabuterimon is speed screwed. Clearly, something's gone pear shaped with him because he should be faster than the other two pretty consistently. This is quite bizarre. Maybe his speed growth is just ever so slower than the Kawagumon line. Perhaps finally we can do maximum over damage now. I'll interrupt Seedramon. Soul Chopper will take care of Mega Digimon. 255. Oh, come on. This is why we can't have nice things. So I like the way regular Metal Seedramon looks, but I do prefer the Chaos Metal Seedramon's coloration. I must say. No, no, no. Oi, oi, oi. Here we go. So, Chopper, you think you can hit this time? You think you can, lad? Good boy. Look at you. Look at you. Okay, this should just about do it. Never mind, he has more, a little bit more HP than I thought remaining. Only just. Keep this up, you might be able to kill us in this time next year. Oh, now you go first. The nerve of this lad. The nerve. There we are. 2 down, 1 to go. Also a beautiful, beautiful, juicy experience and level. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Oh no, which way could it be? It wasn't that way. As you can see, the once you start getting around ultimate level, the experience really to next level balloons quite a bit. But then after you hit ultimate level, it mostly stays the same from then on. It doesn't grow from level to level all that much anymore. Well, let's head back out for patch domain. Now, the first domain was vaccine, the second was data, so naturally, this one was going to be free type. I mean, virus. Oh, probably should save just in case. Just in case. Auspicious start. Pokemon. Oh, I suppose I could have showed. Once again, this floor has 15, or this domain has 15 floors. Again, it's various types. Let's see if there's any unique encounters to keep an eye on. You've got your Skull Greymon mobs, tier 2 variants there. Oh, a new one, Phantomon, X-Tyrannomon, and Warriormon Zymon. And then Metal Tyrannomon, Okuamon, Tatamon. So there's you another chance to get Okuamon. It's worth a lot of experience, almost 600. And then obviously the boss down there. We won't worry about that just yet. I'm going to say that that was nothing. Because it makes me feel better about these now. Okay, so we need to find the center. There it is. Pokemon, please. Not all at once. There's no rush. Come to think of it, where are the wild Soulmon? Because I didn't notice any. Ah, I just overlooked it. They've been available a while. They've been available a while. They're in the right Cyclomon, Deltamon, Soulmon group. I knew that. I knew that. I'm just, I don't know, tired, I guess. Speaking of, that was one of them right there. Ah, I buggered it. Should have been able to get by him if I moved diagonally again instead of laterally. What on earth is... Okay. Hot fix. Oh, that's pretty good. Hopefully we don't have to use it here, but... Oh, you beauty. You beauty. You... The beauty is gone. Ah, wasn't even getting by that. So floors like this are annoying because they force you to have to walk over bug traps. Okay, it's just a big bug nest. And by this point, they're all level fire. Yeah. Okay, so our only hope is for it to get in and return one of those two, and then and then immediately leave. So I'm going to save state until it does exactly that. Okay. No. Okay. So save state again until it leaves. Okay. Good. So that's perfect. So it always pays to have extras in your inventory, but not to fill up completely. Return bugs are by far the most annoying mechanic in the game, easily. And that's why some of the hacks just completely remove them entirely. Um, or at the very least make them more rare. I believe Alternative does keep them, but they're always in the same spot. So once you get that memorized, then you can go around them. And I doubt any of them are forced too, because I don't think anyone enjoys that particular mechanic. There's no real skill or done to dungeon navigation or anything like that. Bit buggy game, of course. Rooms like that will become a lot less frustrating once we get access to the tier 3 bug zaps, so we can just clear any nest. We don't have to worry about it. But unfortunately, until then, this, I believe, was just an unlucky roll for us. But um, maybe this one is it. But at least one of the domains has a room just like this, where you're forced to go through the bugs like that. So if you get a return nest, then you're in a bind. Ah, that's right. And this bit bug is just going to slurp us dry because it's an actual glutton. Luckily, it's fairly early. If it's quote unquote first, at least it's fairly early on in the domain. But yeah, see, we're even prepared. We have a bunch of level 2 bug zaps, which are the best we can get for multiple different bug types. But everything's level 3 from now on, so it is what it is. I'm not convinced that the floor panel was. Never mind. It was like the one place you couldn't see from the edge. Make fix. No. Make fix EX. Well, that's. Gee, I wonder what we'll throw out to grab that. I feel like it's been a while since we've had one of these type of rooms. The old classic. Seeing there wasn't a darkness floor to keep you at bay. You little goober. Like the way they're all so big that they just completely take up their entire side of the field. They're all rubbing shoulders. Just no room whatsoever. Hope none of them were claustrophobic. 5 more floors. Well, 4 in the boss one, but the boss is free floor-wise, since we know what it, or I know what it looks like. I almost ran into that, like a complete dingus. Phantom. He inexplicably is a runner. So if you wanted to catch him, because you want some soul chopper in your life, then there you go. He's one of the easier ones to catch. Oh, there you go. Wasted a whole step. Ew. What an icky room. Let's go this way. There we are. So yeah, X Tyrannomon is a trap. He can't evolve. While Romanzemon is fine, he becomes Metal Hitamon. And then Phantomon becomes Pierromon. And who doesn't like Pierromon? How are you, beauty? Memory bugs are the least egregious bugs. They're only annoying fairly early. They're only annoying when you're going to catch something and it's early enough to where you only have a single slot in your Digibeetle, uh, so you can't spare getting one. But as soon as you have like 2 free slots, so 5 slots in your Digibeetle instead of 3 or 4, then they become a lot less of a hassle. You know what? We have enough steps. I might as well just show you what one of these treasure rooms are like. They're just like this. They they're sort of symmetrical with each other. The extra. Now these treasure rooms are not as good as the other ones, the ones in the other domains. Or they typically aren't. Do I care about that? Well, I'll just use this. Ah, so this is the speed one. Uh, the level 2 disc is more. Well, I'm actually going to go ahead and use that speed chip because you need to be faster, lad. So now he's at 80 speed, 75, 80. Ah, yeah. See, he was behind in speed to the pumpkin. How embarrassing for him. Just like before, Gara. If you want your Skull Greymon, you can get them here, or Gigadramon, or the Dark Tyrannomon. I'm not sure if it has both variants of the mob. Actually, these two both being identical leads me to believe it's the same. set. So they just copy paste it, I guess. I don't know. A little bit above my pay grade. Just a tad. Guess we could look at both of these. So we'll see this one. Yeah, it seems to just be the one set. Yeah. And now, meet Chaos War Greymon, which is just a faded in the sun Black War Greymon. Unfortunately, actual Black War Greymon's not in the game. And wasn't intended to be in the game either, but so this is the closest thing we got to it. Which is a shame. Now, you actually want to take Triceramon out as quickly as possible, because I believe it's him can cast uh, invincibility on War Greymon. So you can't even do any damage to him when he does that for the rest of the turn. Yep, there it goes. That's Insekimon's ability. And strangely, he can use his ultimate attack, but he often uses the perfect tier Giga Destroyer instead. I'm uncertain as to why. It's also good that he's using Giga Destroyer instead of Terra Force, because that one's quite a bit more damage, significantly more damage. Now for the recost. I must say, I never really thought about whether that was counterable or not, or the recast. I'd never seen it countered before. It's just interesting. Very interesting. We want to use Soul Chopper to polish him off. I believe that was by far the easiest of the three bosses for us, even though none of them were particularly difficult per se. Oh no, which way could it be? And now, it's off to the old lad. And next is soft domain. So we need a handful of parts fix EXs. And rather make a fix EXs as many as we can hold. So that's 5 should be enough. Let's double check. Let's pull up soft domain for you. So it has one extra floor than the others. It goes to 16 instead of 15. And naturally, it can hold all 3 types of Digimon. Let's see if there are any interesting newcomers. Oh, it's starting here. You can get wild ultimate level Digimon. So Skull Mammothmon with Waymon. A lot of people really like Skull Mammothmon. He's got a pretty solid AoE attack. Vamdemon with Pokemon. Pokemon has um, an even better AoE attack than Skull Mammothmon has. I just don't care for his design, personally. Wild Metal Seedramons. On floor 15. Okay. I'm going to need to go to the item shop. So I'm going to purchase 2 toy planes because I don't think we have any more. Yeah, don't have any more. And I think you need more than one when it comes to ultimate level Digimon to get a small heart. Maybe not, but better safe than sorry. Uh, whatever, we'll just don't need a max driver yet either. Okay, that should do. Hold on. Actually, let's transfer Anjuwomon uh, back into the party, and Vamdemon too, for that matter, for the same reason as before, in case we come across an impassable return bug. So we're not too fast if we're unable to get Metal Seedramon in this domain, because there will be other opportunities before, and the trade isn't even available yet. The Anjuwomon trade isn't even available until after this domain, so uh, let's see if there are any other interesting. I think those 2 are already available. No, that. Oh, there's the Dagomon, Marine Devimon, Warrior Seedramon group. That's new. Sherrymon, Shogun, Gekomon, Tekamon are also new. Tekamon's MP Destroyer is pretty good. Holy Angemon with 2 Mammothmon is worth a ton of experience, 702. So that's a good one if you want to. Also, we might even do that if as we come across them. And then Jatamon, Metal Tyrannomon, Okuamon is another group. And as you can see, there are 2 bosses. Okay. But as you can hear, we're already in the domain, so let's boogie. And B disk 3, so we know we can throw that away if necessary. Convenient. Mag missile we need to clear the room. Actually, just in case the bottom one's the one we need to clear. Drill missile. Interesting. Yeah, I had suspicions. So that's probably a bug trap there. So we'll want to. I don't know. It could be a mine. This is a mine, so. I haven't the guess what I was doing with that movement. There was no getting past that, lad. Okay, one of these rooms. Oh, one of those rooms. It was. I'll have 2. Never mind. Downwards we go. It's alright, little tires. Also, make certain, as you're going through this domain, not to take any damage. It's very important. Unless you have like 10 MegFix EXs. Which you could. You may even be that well prepared. If that chest wasn't there, we could have gotten by. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. was tempted to open it, but found someone. It's a good lad. Ah, see, here we don't want to go through there if we can help it. Unfortunately, we were going to have to go through them either way. Yeah. That, okay. So, the reason you want, you know what, that's actually fine. It'll be a good example, maybe, to reiterate the point. We have to get lucky now on the boss floor that few enough red puddles spawn. I'll see. The return bugs at twos. You know, honestly, holding all these bugs apps is kind of worthless because they're all level 3 now. Holding one of the return bugs apps just so you can check the nest and see if it is one or not is not certain there was a way to maneuver around that. Missiles around them one's always an interesting looking fella. Wonder what's in that box. You know, might help if I air air was in the box. Ah, one of these. I'm just gonna save state. Well, clearly that wasn't it. I should have known. I saw the bloody yellow box down there. Should have been glaringly obvious. Mega Digimon, Scorpion, Tenmon. Okay, it's this way somewhere. I'm actually surprised at how few of this floor layout we've encountered. They're usually a bit more common than what this playthrough is showing. It was like the EP waster of more early mid-game dungeons, or mid-early game dungeons. Maybe that was the uh, more accurate description. Also, these little lads move twice, as you can see. Well, there's a memory bug. I think we still have an extra space though, in case we get a chance to catch Metal Digimon. Perhaps. Yes, we do in fact have one space. So these move once for every 2 steps we take, just like Woodmon, which is appropriate considering he's the one that turns into Cheerleadon. Ah, okay. Now you listen here, gang. First off, rude. Second off, why? That was actually a fair bit of damage. So yeah, at this point in the game, these tiers of wild perfects start to have. You'll notice the stats being a bit better than. Oh, you've got to be joking. We're going to fail this boss so hard. Oh, it was down here the whole time. So we had to go through there. Because it should be mirrored fairly well, which means the other side would have had the same acid traps. Let's go this way. Possibly a mistake. Definitely. Okay. At least we didn't get attacked this time. Which is 1700. And first boss gives 1179. Second boss gives 1572. Okay. So we'll be about halfway to 32. Wait a minute. That could, well, it could have been. It has to be this way then. There's not a lot of more room for anything else. Yeah. So we have one more floor to get through before the boss floor. So we'll hopefully remember to save state before entering the panel. So we can refresh, hopefully having enough HP to make it to the boss. This isn't going well. This was the last one I had planned to do today. Maybe we were going to do the Angewoman trade. Holy cow. That is horrendous. Instantly, you noticed how that attack's just a red recolored version of Shellmon's attack. What? Nonsense! Actually asinine. Well, first thing we're doing in the boss fight, provided we make it to it, is Heaven's Heal. Yeah, there's Pokemon. You might like him. I don't particularly care for the design. I guess he's alright. Maybe I'm too harsh on him. I just feel like, for me at least, the ultimates available, the various ultimates available in the game are lacking. Because, well, Venom Vandemon is. I've spoken at length about the issues with him. So this is a linear path uh, after this fight, at least. Oh, there's also this. Speaking of Venom Vandemon, so you have to be careful because his interrupt can freeze the game on you. This is probably okay. The final dungeon and then the post game dungeon are more difficult, but this is the most annoying domain in the game because of just how much you can be screwed over after doing everything right. Because all it takes is him to use his interrupt at the right moment, and your game's frozen. And then all it takes is too many of the acid swamps on this map to be red, and you can't get to the second boss to finish the domain. It's very not kind. Why he has a random pumpkin one, I'll never understand. Otherwise, he just does AoE attacks, which is why Heaven's Heal just counters the fight pretty much. Because it's like, oh, we'll just heal it up, and then Vandemon's attack is going to do more damage overall, so we'll interrupt him instead. So yeah, the awkward part is now if we've unfortunately taken too much damage, then we'd have to redo this boss fight over if we loaded save state. It's just a thoroughly unfriendly domain. He's dead. But here we go. It's not looking good so far. So remember, it's 250 each red swan. I think this is the last batch. No, there's one more. Oh, there was two more. Shows what I know. So yeah, there you go. That's how close we got. We did have an extra one, thankfully, but that's why I say bring five, because you have to get pretty. We actually got pretty unlucky there. He spawned quite a bit. Um, Now here meet Chaos Sword. Who looks like a red Mugen Dramon for the most part, uh, because that's what he was based off of. We just use Hornbuster because, yeah, this is an annoyance. He can use Dolphmon's technique. He also has super overinflated HP, so it just makes it take that much longer to. He again, this domain is just extremely annoying. Yeah, there's the preferable attack. So this is just a copy of Mugen Cannon, which is Mugen Dramon's attack, where he will keep attacking until he runs out of MP. But naturally, the opponent can't run out of MP, so generally it's almost like those 2 to 5 hit kind of skills in like Pokemon is the way it'll work. Did I not interrupt with? All right, it can't be interrupted. That's what's going on. Yeah, you can also guard sometimes too, the twat. We can lower your stuff just as well as you can lower ours, lad. Don't you ever doubt it. This should do it, unless he guards again. Or that happens. Still enough. Well, the most, again, the most annoying domain in the game is taken care of. And we can evolve our first ultimate. Ah, it is done mercifully. we're done here. Time to go back. Also, should be new Digibeetle parts now. Or not. Ah, maybe they're back home again. Because that's where we have to head again. But first of all, let's do the trade. Because now we can trade Anjumon for Magnadramon. Also, we never even saw any wild Metal Seedramons. Figure that out. Huh. Guess we have to report here first. Yeah. So the next set is Bug and Ram domains, and uh, also you can see the B and the A and B tier vaccine gifts here. Digital camera and DVD player. And how's the item shops looking over here now? Yep, they're finally to tier 3 stuff. Except for drivers, which makes sense. Let's see if that was enough to. Yep. So we'll trade a perfect for its ultimate. So Magnadramon. And here's our first ultimate. See, the stats are actually. Well, they pair compared to the ones we've been slapping together, but otherwise, pretty stout. Vaccine, no speciality. I don't know why it isn't fire. Uh, and then has two of the strongest AoE attacks in the game. There's Holy Tornado and Sad Water Blast. So this, okay, let me actually check skills. Is it skills now? All enemies. Power. Okay. Yeah, there's no speciality to it, even though they localized it to Fire Tornado. It's Holy Tornado is what it's supposed to be. So which makes sense why it's not fire. But It's just one of those things, I suppose. Yeah, so it's it's really redundant. uh, Giving her both of them, you could have. I would have liked her to have something else. You know what would have been the best thing for her to have? Gigimon's ability, but honestly, that would have been fine because the devs clearly didn't realize it was bugged, so they could have put it there by accident. Um, Otherwise, having Phoenixmon's assist would have been fine, but just anything but just a copy of an AoE attack when you already have an AoE attack equally as powerful. So yeah, I'm not too enthused about that particular trade. And now, let's hope we haven't ruined our bits too much because we actually have new. Yeah, there's the Mammoth engine. There's the big one. That's the best you can get before post game. See, I see it goes to 4,000 HP or my, but it just ain't worth it. Okay, we can get Hornet Ram, which is most of our remaining money, unfortunately, and then Hawkbox, which also is. So we're gonna have to sell some stuff. First off, let's insert our RAM. And sell. Don't need that. We will not sell the toy planes. We'll do the bit bug zaps. I will keep one of the return bug zaps and the super bug zap. Sell the old RAM. We don't need the HP, so we'll get rid of the drivers too. Might as well. Okay, we can get the box now. And then we'll need, of course, they're 22k as well. And then the Magnum arm, so that'll be 45,000. And then, okay, so 55,000. We need 55,000 bits. We'll grab these two cannons eventually too, but those are what. Oh, there's also the Ultra Hand. Bugger. So what did I say? 56,000. So that'll be 72,000. So we might have to. Actually, yes. Because at this point, we're supposed to. All three of them are supposed to be ultimate. So I've actually done a lot less fighting than I did in the routing. So it's time to grind them all up to 31. And that should get enough. Or let's actually get a head start on that with Hawkbox here. I'd like to. B driver. Let's install the box. Okay, so that's 11,000. Is that even close to getting anything? So we have the box. The tires are 22. Yeah. So we're halfway through the tires. The arm's somehow more expensive than the tires. And then the DM transfer. We could get the DM transfer, but that can wait. That's the least necessary because, I mean, we have 3 open slots and we have 2 excess Digimon. See if I have any more items I could sell. I hesitate to sell the max drivers because they're good buttons. The rest of the make fixes, I suppose. We can always get more later. These are the last bit of stuff we can sell, so we'll see what it gets us to. Not enough. That's the answer. Okay. Well, we're stuck here for now. Oh, also, it should be this point where interesting, still level C's, but then has access to all the toy items now. And yeah, also the stat chips, including yeah, HP, MP, power, armor, speed, and the DNA up chip. And then a new one added in this is the DNA down chip. Actually, no, they may have always been a thing. Maybe they were. So, exceedingly useful. Unfortunately, they're all quite expensive, but he also sells the max drivers. So to this point, the shop is spectacular. Let's actually evolve our snaky boy. There the lad is. Attack is lower than I would like, but he's a tanky one, so that's nice. Yeah, once you get, it always feels like, oh, now you're hitting ultimate when your HP and MP are over 300. Then it really feels like, okay, we're in the big time now. Oh yeah, you're just a generic item shop. So we have grinding to do and things to finish purchasing. And then we have a Metal Seedramon to catch. Oh joy. You know, if I was really clever, I would have made a point of capturing a Skull Greymon at some point for the final trade. which is the one after the next one. But I'm afraid I'm not that clever. So next time, we'll go to RAM domain or bug domain, either one. No, RAM domain. We'll go to RAM domain and do some training, getting money. And I will do my best to demonstrate something very funny, which is bug domain is, or rather has, a quite substantial bug involved with it, in that so you're supposed to clear both of these domains, and then a third domain will open up, and then you beat that, and then it opens the way into the final two domains. So there'll be a penultimate one, and then the last one for the story, which means we're almost there. However, bug domain is bugged in that if you clear RAM domain, it's bugged in a few different ways. For one, the flag that counts it as required for story completion is missing, which means you can do RAM domain, and then the game will act like you've completed both of them, and you can move on. So what does this mean? Bug will always be lit up, for one, even after you clear it from then on, which means you can just keep doing it over and over and fighting the boss over and over. But even more than that, it breaks the dialogue boxes in there. So when you go into the boss rooms, and there's more than one boss in there, the bosses will just be sort of like a wild Digimon, just sitting in the corner, not moving. And you can send gifts to them and create little hearts and capture their boss Digimon. That's right, and you can do it over and over and over. And you learn some interesting things. So for one, the boss Digimon, at least in bug domain, they aren't their attack, defense, and speed aren't any different from, like, say, a wild version of that same Digimon that is of equivalent level. However, their HP and MP are hyperinflated. So theoretically, they make good DNA fodder for boosting your HP and MP up quite a bit. And it's not like their regular stats are exactly lower either. So that'll be funny to demonstrate. So it's actually pretty good for leveling or just catching stuff. Hopefully one of the available Digimon in there in one of the boss fights are ones you like, so you can catch them. But yeah, so we'll got a lot to do next time. We'll also finally finish off the Colosseum, which we should have already done, because that's also required before you move on past this exact point. So yeah, we'll be working on all that next time. So hope you enjoyed, and see you then.